watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
बाबा कैमरा रिमूव करते हो इसको या आप दे हाँ I know I'm on. Yeah, I see it.
Can you see the feed as well?
No. तो फिर चलाए ना उनके ऊपर
center as Houston Hurricanes have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Slightly breezy here. We've run into the first over, still the first over, and the opening pair for Dallas Xforia Giants is Mukhtar Ahmed and Lahiru Milantha. There'll be a play and a miss here. The only time on the points table you see one loss for Dallas Xforia Giants, that's against Houston Hurricanes. They'd want to change this. Shubham Ranjane, a known profile, especially with Shubham Ranjane, who's always had a knack to pick wickets and contribute with bat in his hand as well. Gets on the bat, plays it on the onside. There's no way that anyone's going to stop that, but great effort with the running, especially when you're playing at this ground, this green luscious outfield. What you expected is that super electrifying outfield. That is the end of the over.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Basha is the new bowler, and over and a 6. Let's play NMS beating the outside edge. The Giants won the toss and they've elected to bowl on a green track. Slip in position, that's the replay from the previous ball, trying to get that outswing in a breezy condition. That's a full toss. Gift, has it been accepted? Yes, it has, but not timed properly. Just let's have a little look at the previous recap, what's been happening in the Central Division for these two teams. Dallas Xforia Giants. That's the lineup for the Houston Hurricanes. Mukhtar Ahmed, Lahiru Milantha, Joshua Trump, Matthew Trump, Saif Badr Ali Sheikh. A pretty solid, stacked. That came back in sharply, but we'll find the fielder at covers. Pretty stacked batting lineup for Houston Hurricanes. They made sure that Dallas Giants tasted what the defeat looks like. Now with the previous game for the Houston Hurricanes, they lost the game against Lone Star Athletics. Uses his feet, comes down to negate the swing. See that little movement of the track from Noor Basha. Bowling a little too wide for the left-hander. It's always difficult to control the new ball, especially when you're bowling to a left-hander off the back foot, because that over the wicket, which is around for the left-hander, It's always difficult for any new bowler from the right hand bowler to control because of the angle that takes wide march from the ball. Nicely tucked away. That'll at least should give him a couple of runs with bigger boundaries here at Prairie Stadium. A ball remaining. An extra, but 5 so far of the over. Pretty decent start. They wouldn't mind Houston Hurricanes having this start. It's played up straight, chipped over the infield, and they'll run away for 4 runs, trickling into the boundary. It's timed that well, really well. Just had to stroke it away over the infield, as there's only 2 fielders outside the power play. Of 2 overs and a fruitful over, second over for the Hurricanes. They got a boundary of the last ball. Good collect from the wicket keeper, has saved at least 3 runs. There was no chance for anyone to stop that going down the leg. Shubham Ranjane, quite known profile around the MILC. That's straight up in the air over the infield one more time. The mid-ons inside the circle, and no way. Like I've mentioned, you just need to put the ball in the gap here, and most of the job is done by the outfielder. It's absolutely fast. This is turning out to be a good start for Hurricanes, despite the Giants coming off red-hot form. They won their last game by 73 runs. They gave their opponents a crushing defeat. Shubham Ranjane was part of 2022 winning Seattle Thunderbolts team. Going down again. This is going to be slightly a lengthy over for Shubham Ranjane. It's played alongside Harmeet Singh, the captain representing Seattle Orcras. Wide so far. There's something in this pitch. It's just about the right control. The bowler will need to add on. Another wide. There's a question to the umpire, nodding head and dissent, saying that it was a little too wide from the tram line. What we're seeing, especially anyone who's watching new for the first time cricket, it's the wide dots that we see for 6 overs, 36 balls. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. That gives an added advantage, license for the batters to free their arms. Change of field here. They've got extra covers outside, a sweeper cover and long on for Shubham. Should be expecting, the expectations from Shubham should be moving his ball across, pitching it up, because if the captain's given him that sort of feel, it's quietly evident. But that's where you get the fish. You're putting your bait. For the left-hander, he goes downtown. Has he timed it? Yes, the first one of the night here is sent into the night sky. It's just sublime timing, which comes helping hand for Mukhtar Ahmed, who's always explosive. Gets right under the ball there. You can see that. Just full face of the bat. Good presentation. Did not have to do much using the pace. He sent it out. This is turning out to be a good start. A very good start indeed for the Hurricanes. There's no field out there. Good diving effort. For the left-hander, they've got a deep mid-wicket and a long off. Tremendous effort. We talk about great cricket stadiums like MCG, Eden Gardens, or any world-class cricketing facility. We know that one X factor any ground or the facility has is quick outfield. As soon as you put your ball outside the 30-yard circle, it's going to run away for boundary. A firm push into the gap. There's a sweeper there. Should only allow them to get to, just because of the bigger dimensions, the circumferences, where it cuts on the chicane. They'll have to choose the bigger pockets here, and over completes.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Four matches for Mukhtar Ahmed and 90 he scored. A little quantitative side. Yes, no communication here. Could have been a direct hit. He would have been in trouble. Straight to his dugout. 90 runs of his 4 matches. Right-handed. His attribute 128.57. His decent strike rate. Never wastes time. Going to cash in and power play. Going down the leg. This has been a problem for Nur Basha, who's very good in the initial overs. This has been a little trouble for him to continue. This is much better. This is much better with a controlled line and length. Especially when you've got right and left hand combination, can be difficult for anyone who's bowling. Just you'll have to adjust to conditions. Coming with a best bowling figure of 22 runs and 3 wickets in a T20 game. Good bounce, good carry to the wicketkeeper, but wrong line and length. Points table is going to get more interesting here, because at once Dallas Xforia Giants was sitting at 4th and 5th position. Now with the games progressing as we get deeper and deeper into the season, much better teasing the batter. There's a question from Mukhtar Ahmed to the umpire. Was a good call. Just a little hint of swing we see in the air. Nur Basha would want to use his bowling caliber. There's that hint of movement. Nicely bowled. There's appeal. Ball's nowhere, but just thudding on pad. Goes to the fielder inside the circle. The captain would not have any complaints with Noor Basha, especially if he's bowling this way. The left-hander has given him some trouble, especially adjusting with that line and length. If he's bowling again to the right-hander, that isn't a problem. But again, I'm making those adjustments. And that's a wicket. Next off with fairly an edge. That's a genuine outside edge, says the umpire. Goodbye to Mukhtar Ahmed. Thanks to the bowling of Noor Basha, he gets his man. A wicket, first wicket for Dallas Xforia Giants here. Comes in form of Mukhtar Ahmed. Induces him, forces him to play, drive the ball, gets the outside edge, and the keeper collects it without making any mistake here. We've got some decent spectators. They'll be enjoying, especially in the night game. A sight to witness here at Grand Prairie Stadium. Joshua Trump, new man walking in. He'll march in to fill in shoes of Mukhtar Ahmed. 23 games, 401 runs. A lot of potential from this young man. Bats usually on 124 run for a run. He converts. He's got a 78 run highest score so far. Will be another opportunity to convert it. You can see that communication happening between the new batter and Lahiru Milantha. It's giving him hints, telling him that there's a little movement, there's a little mischief from the ball. Noor Basha would have wanted the left-hander's wicket, but nonetheless looks on a good roll here. They're going 9.5 and over with just one wicket. We'll have to see if that's going to put a stop. Are they going to have a hiatus in their run making? Joshua Trump ready. Up straight on the money here. Giving no room, no space, tight line. Economy of 7.25, decent. There's that ball that he bowled to Mukhtar Ahmed with the swing. Gets the genuine outside edge. Going for a wild hike against the line. Very much that's going down the leg. Not good. Not good signs from Noor Basha after that one wicket that he's taken. Four wides here. They'll give them 5 extra runs. A lengthy over. 3 wides already. What baffles me is that it might humor you is he hasn't given any runs with the bat, but all have come through just extras. And maybe these extras might heavily levied on the Giants when we're talking about their winning against the Hurricanes. However, the over ends 10 and over that the Hurricanes are running away with, 40 for one wicket.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Lahiru Milantha alongside Joshua Trump. He's represented Sri Lanka A. Hailing from Sri Lanka, moved to America. A long history for the teams that he's played. Also represents Texas Super Kings in MLC. His highest is 33. We're going to see a change in the bowling here. Looks like another speed express being called upon. Will be interesting to see what his field setup will be like for the left-hander. The thorn for the Giants would be the left-hander's wicket. The early they get him, the better it is. Can be explosive if he stays longer on crease. 33. He got against what? A lot of cricket that's going to happen over the period of time just because of the leagues we are witnessing, thanks to MILC converted, bridging the gap, how the cricketers representing their clubs and teams marching into MLC. This very ground has got a fine leg, deep fine leg, and a cover for a deep point and a square leg. And it's a right-hander. My apologies, I thought it's a left-hander, especially similar. Good direct hit here, a very good direct hit. Should be giving him some fielding practice, and Zinger's lighting up. Quite a sight. Can be confusing, just like anyone, even if with the commentators as well, right? And the bowlers have to cope up with that pressure. That's what we've been talking about. The right hand, left hand combination can put you into that spot. Fair collect from Shubham Ranjane. And looks like he's made his ground well. We'll have to wait to get off the strike. Lahiro Milantha batting on 15 of 9. Good surface. It's going to aid the Pacers, as it seems like, as the game progresses. Good line, slightly deflected, going down the leg. There's a fielder and fielder for protection. Let's take a look at the points table, how it looks like. Chicago Kingsmen sitting right on the top. Just 1 point separating these two teams, Dallas Xforia Giants, with one match being drawn for them. What a game Chicago Kingsmen are having. The updated is St. Louis Americans have won the match and they have dethroned. Good ball, good swing, slightly on the tram. Shouldn't mind that, especially the way he's getting the swing. Will want to force the batter a little slightly uppish and then force the batter to play the same one. Surely it looks like if he's having the same game plan, wicket should be coming in for the Giants. Just have to be persistent with that line, because when the surface is giving you some assistance, that the extra swing or the seam of the surface, you've got no control over that. So it's just tweaking in your line slightly towards the batter. Firm push into the gap. That's nicely played. And they'll run away closer to the boundary, but not 4 runs. Harish Kakani. 31 matches, 33 wickets. A ball remaining from his over. Likes to bowl, better than the batting. 15 runs, 3 overs. Good game plan, and here it is. St. Louis dethroning the Dallas Giants, and that's put into the gap. He's played that nicely, and they'll run away for 4. Save your legs for a shot like that. You don't have to run, you don't have to sprint. It's evident as soon as the ball's put into the gap, what the result's going to be. The batters are just going to put the ball in the gap here and tease the fielders. No way stopping that. A flat outfield, especially a luscious outfield when you're there playing at the Pereira Stadium. 50 comes up. Joshua Trump formerly played for Dallas Mustangs. It's 1 wicket. The follow wicket was on 35. They're racing now. The Hurricanes. 51 with the last boundary of the over brings them to 51. That's a good ball. Tight line. Testing times. They want to try and test the batter here. Examine what his batting skills are like. That's where the line is, to test the batter, to press onto him, to ask the question. Have you got an answer to that one? Again, absolutely gorgeous. Seeing him seam the ball. There's not much swing in the air, but the ball zipping off the surface. That slight hint. It takes good seam presentation from a bowler to get that. Need to have upright seam, good wrist position. Sankeet Batula giving no line, no margin here. Keeps tight, 3 dots, clean. No mess on the scoreboard. Still we stand on 51. Trying to bring down the run rate. There's his hand. There's that seam position where he's trying that. Forcing the batter. Tries to cut him, but finds only air. The energy, a very calm, composed bowler. Sankeet Batula would like to preserve his energy and just dole it when required. Straight to the fielder. Good drive at times. Good drives as well. May not get you runs, but it's just about knocking the ball, playing to the merit and knowing that the ball's coming onto the bat, and later on, when this time passes away, that's when you'll be able to make runs. It's just one mistake the bowling team's asking the batter to do. They're forcing him for a false play. So, Joshua Trump and Lahiru Milantha vigilant about the situation. A clean over. Nothing moved, nothing shaken, and Sankeet Batula has a maiden on his very first over. The power play ends. As we progress into the game now, we can have more than 2 fielders outside the circle. Depends on the captain's call. How many fielders would the captain be looking forward for? And that's 1 wicket caught by keeper Noor Basha, who got hold of Mukhtar Ahmed. It's looking dangerous, and from the time Mukhtar Ahmed's departed, Lahiru Milantha's remained silent. That's the bowling scorecard for you. Saurabh Patwal 23 runs off his 2 overs. Nur Basha, only the extras, has got more runs and extras than from the bat. The third over was something that was closely coming to 18. Fielder in place over extra covers. Just one. Harish Kakani. They're trying to use him slightly on the expensive side. The batters was able to spend on his balls quickly, nicely. 11 coming off his first over, 10 off his first over, and to be precise. There's not much aggression we've seen from the express pacers. There's some real-time pace from Nur Basha, but maybe here Harish Kakani would want to use the surface. Back of the length. Already batting on 52. As long they've got 5 fielders, a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, and extra covers, and a third man, deep third man. A good diving effort. You would not think twice, especially giving those efforts here at this Grand Prairie Stadium. There's no patch left covering of the luscious green field. They've got a deep square leg, long on, long off, and a sweeper with a deep third man. So we are expecting ball to come a little shorter back of the length in that 6 meters area, or if there's a little movement, if there's a hint of swing. There you go. There you can see there's a fielder in place, a bounce. That's the plan here. But if he's going any width on offer, if the batter tries to cut that, there's a third man in place. That's why they've got a third man in place. But there's a fine leg. They've got a point, a covers, and a mid wicket as well. They've called in deep mid wicket to mid wicket. The change is for the left-hander. They've given him protection with the deep fine leg. He takes on extension of the arms, good extension, and 6 more. Lahiru Milantha is in full mood here. Is gleeful, is not trying to overhit the ball. Everything out of his bat seems so delicious. Anything he's touching out is going out for 6 runs. He's not in mood to play along the carpet. This is why Milantha was kept away from strike, but at times the batters, when they're away from strike, there's some shift of momentum, but Lahiru Milantha is taking on the charge from where he's paused. This time little delicacy from Milantha. It's just not power that he's got in his cricket book. He can nudge it, deflect it according to his likes. That ends the over. 7 overs completed. 60. 9 of the over from Harish Kakani.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Seeming the batting look so easy. We've got Matthew Trump, Saif Badr, Ali Sheikh, Usman Ashraf to come to support and build on the batting infrastructure. Sankirat Batula, all eyes will be on him, because especially with the first over his bowl, has been clean, tidy, accurate. Now, this is going to be an interesting battle between Lahiru Milantha and Sankirat Battula. There's only one man in the bowling team that has been that has been able to handle the Hurricanes. They are storming, they are raiding the party of giants. That's Sankirat Battula. Milantha's got off the strike. Now, what they would be looking is for a wicket here, partnership, especially from one side. The way Milantha is attacking, they'd want to find some answer here. He's been quite efficient with the fast bowling. He's got the responses. Would it be same with the spin? Gets a body blow. They've got still a slip in position. There'll be some bruises for Joshua Trump. Faced 14 deliveries. Would the captain also think about? There's that last ball from Battula. Comes back in. Onto the ribs. Thigh pad. I'm habituated to make it a little dramatic. Gives it a swing. Trying to bludgeon. But outsmarting the batter. Bowlers outsmarting the batter. They've still got a slip in position. What my understanding here, the question to the viewers is that now Joshua Trump has been a little silent. There's that nip back from surface. He's faced 15 deliveries and we haven't seen any runs till I say that, and he's responded not even to the commentator but also to the spectator with that aerial shot. Should give him 1, 2. The side's changing, a different angle. Signs here, Joshua Trump playing. That's communication from the non-striker's end. How important does that communication play in your game plan, especially when you're batting? How important does it become for a striker to give confidence? Over the infield, this time he'll collect 4 runs, 1 bounce, that's a stroke. Now he's looking to start playing according to the music. He's putting his foot right according to the moves. Drag down way outside the off stump. Not have any troubles. Joshua Trump now accelerating and giving back return to the team. 67. The bowling attack so far has looked pretty docile to the batters. Uses the track, comes down, getting a little ambitious. 7 off Sankirat's second over. We stand at 67 of 8 overs. 8.38 is what the runs are being scored at. Looks like we might still continue with the fast bowling. We haven't seen spin being invoked. Milantha batting off 29. So facing 17 balls. Joshua Trump trying to drape himself in the same colors the way Milantha's batting. And till the time they've got this explosive opener there on the crease with his good ability to strike. Nicely off the hips. Has played that beautifully, and that's the sign from the spectators as well. 6 runs. Welcome, Shubham Ranjani. That's nowhere you bowl him, especially when he's in that good nick. Giving him room anywhere, that's not going to browbeat him. Is absolutely not intimidated to take those balls and lodge it into the boundary. Trying to mess around, clips away from his pads. That should give him at least one. Or will come back for the second one. There's a good collect from the wicket keeper. Smiles, but he's home. Good running between the wickets. At times we've seen that the batters get too carried away with their six hitting ability or the boundary picking. But Milantha making sure it's just not a one-way attack. He's bringing in the cavalry with him. It's good running. Gaps, boundaries, sixes, showing his class of cricket. Gets the inside part of the bat to the fielder. Now, when we talk about Milantha's batting, what has been the standout point for me till now is that his approach is not settled back, is not sit back and ask that to Joshua Trump that you may try hitting. Even with the dot balls they face, they've managed to score fairly. They're still going at 8.94 and over. He's taken off that pressure from the non-striker. This has been a consequential factor of his batting. You can see that how Joshua's super complacent despite facing 18 balls, is nowhere in rush, is not making a mistake. There's no rush shot played by the non-striker Joshua Trump. His awareness of the game, Lahiru Milantha, puts him on a different level. He knows where the fielders are, is trying to pick the gap. Goes again, one-handed, did not time it, and guess what? Everything has turned out good except this one shot where he does not time it well, and the lady luck and the goddess of luck says this time, not on your side. This is too crude, too harsh for Lahiru Milantha, who was looking in good touch. Will have to go after well-made 38. There you can see that, could not time it. Shubham Ranjane, with his witty skills, changes the pace. One hand comes off, is not timed, and the fielder makes no mistake in the lights to collect that. Lahiru Milantha goes off, making a valid 38 runs, giving the team good opening stance. Seems like Saif Badr might be the next batter they've called upon. Indeed, it is Saif Badr for the Hurricanes. These are the batters whenever the Hurricanes were in danger. They've steered their ship to the spot of safeness. You can call it a harbor. This is the sanctuary what the teams made. Saif Badr was prolific with 60 odd runs. We'll have to see, will he find any answers to Shubham Ranjane and the Giants. Gets something, there's something. We'll have to wait what the umpire has to say. some expression. There's a pad, I reckon. Four matches and 101 runs. That's the replay. You can see that the bowler and the keeper might have thought there's something, especially going down, trying to clip the ball. Nine overs done. We're sitting at 78 for Houston Hurricanes. Not a bad start after losing a wicket early on. And there's the spinner we've been talking about. After 9 overs, they're going to a spinner. This is the time that they'll gauge how the pitch would react to a spinner bowling. So far, the ball's come on nicely onto the bat. Or maybe was it Lahiro Milantha's skill that was making it easy for him to pick into the gaps? Skipper on charge, Saif Badr. Uses his feet, gives a little shimmy straight to the bowler. That was hit hard and firm. Bishnoi manages to get hold. Nicely flighted, giving those revs on the ball, inviting him forward. There's only one way if the batter is able to read you. Use your pace. Just take the pace off from the ball. Boundaries scored in plethora. Somehow they'd want to stop that, put a halt to the boundaries, and ask the batter to take ones and twos, just to put a little added extra pressure to give them that seasoning. They'd want to put the ball in the deeper pockets, making ones into twos, and see how the bowling team would respond. Whenever there's been a situation like this, when ones are converted to twos, the bowlers at times get afraid that there's something wrong with their bowling, there's something wrong with the line, but at times it's just the batter trying to add the extra pressure. Oh, just an inch short falling behind from the bowler. Two runs so far, looking good, nothing too extra, keeping it tight between the sticks. An excellent controlled over for Chaitanya Bishnoi. Just 3 runs off his first over. 10 overs done. We are halfway across the first innings. 81 for 2 wickets. Shubham Ranjane will continue his bowling mark from the other side with Chaitanya Bishnoi, I guess. Now, what makes me wonder is that having 8 more wickets, at least 4 more batters to come behind Joshua Trump and Saif Badr, is that how they are going to move this innings, how the innings is going to revolve, especially they are at 82 and another 20 runs the next 2 or 3 overs that will give them the license, allow them to play freely, because They've got good batting strength, good batting depth in Houston Hurricanes. If they're able to capitalize on this start, I'm looking somewhere at 160, 170 at least, given set of this good partnership what Lahiro Milantha did. Not much boundaries we've seen after his departure. Has cut the batter. Oh, lucky, very lucky here for the batter, and he gets more better for the bowler. He's not happy, but they've managed to save 5 runs. If the ball would have touched the helmet, looks like he's got something. There's something he was saying almost to the celebration. Keeper spoilt it. Tried from his end. You wouldn't want to go near Shubham Ranjane right now when he's not happy. Puts in 100% this time. He makes no mistake. And yes, there's a fine nick here. Anybody could have heard and seen it with a fair deflection, and is still sitting, hanging on the last delivery where the keeper's dropped it. Let the poor keeper live. There's that ball. Comes down, trying to utilize his length, but Shubham Ranjane better with pace, using the surface. Is full of enthusiasm. Always wants to put his best foot forward. A wicket on name of Shubham Ranjane. 2 wickets with 2 balls remaining for the second over completion. New batter Ali Sheikh makes his mark, replacing Joshua Trump. Still got Matthew Trump sitting in dugout. Maybe they're waiting. They'll send him a little later. A good all-rounder who often balls with his left arm spin, Ali Sheikh. They've got a slip in position, angle going away for the left-hander. Quite impressive from Shubham Ranjane. Beating outside edge. What has been menacing from Ranjane here is that his seaming off the surface, is bold on the right areas, especially when they were leaking runs, has picked a wicket, has got the team the breakthrough what they were needing. That's a wild swing, another one false play for Shubham Ranjane and his pace. Ali Sheikh this time has nothing to do. He did not trouble the scoreboard, just one ball. He looked at the pitch, what the pitch was looking like, and will go back to the dugout to report to the captain what Shubham Ranjane has done to them. Good collect from the keeper. I'm glad that he did not drop this one. He's got a night to spend in that pavilion while the Giants are batting. Giants dominating the Houstons right now. At once, it was Hurricanes who had the game in their hands. Now they are clawing. The Giants are trying to claw in the game. There it is, Matthew Trump. He walks in, replacing Ali Sheikh. The Trump square. And that's the scorecard. There's only two double digits here. And a special mention to Lahiro Milantha, who was looking pretty solid, but then had to go. Chaitanya Bishnoi to continue his spin. Cries of catches will fall short of the long on. This is good if the batter is trying to take the risk upon Chaitanya Bishnoi. This will give him an opportunity to take a crack. Always as a spinner, you'd want the batter to try taking aerial route. That's when you have more chances, especially when you're taking the pace off. When you're not giving much to the batter, it's just him and his body swing with the bat that'll add on the extra power. And it's cleaned up, top off. There's no answer for that delivery. Yes, you're shocked. He's standing there, dazzled. And there's no answer for that. That's extraordinary from the spinner Chaitanya Bishnoi. Anybody would have no answer to that. Matthew Trump has just obliged to the magnificent delivery what Chaitanya Bishnoi has bowled. Took a little turn away. And Matthew Trump is looking at the surface here. Is a dead duck walking another duck for Matthew Trump. That's a second one after Ali Sheikh. It's going to be a long walk for Matthew Trump. What a delivery that was from Chaitanya Bishnoi. If you look at the release, look at the hint, not much turn. It's just a little turn. Look at the quality of the work put in by the technician here, just to give you that view to our spectators. When you see that, that's the nuance, that's the minor distinction, that's the difference that is created here. A pretty solid work by the cameraman and the team, and there's some exchange. A humorous exchange. There's something Ranjani is telling the batter. But what a delivery. Not on a regular day you would see that. Friday night special. Anybody who'd want to, is looking to binge watch, can go to MLC Network and play this delivery again from Chaitanya Bishnoi and can get some spin lessons. That's the minimal spin you can get, but top of off. Usman Ashraf, the new batter, hoping he spends more time, but hope is just despaired from Chaitanya Bishnoi and his masterclass. He is on a roll here. He will be on a hat-trick. 2 ducks here, a golden duck, long walk again. Usman Ashraf, he's just come in and he's just walked by. Looks like the Friday thriller is going to end soon if Chaitanya Bishnoi is going to pick wickets just like this for fun. Inside edge, he's chopped on and Chaitanya Bishnoi flies across celebrating. Look at that. Playing across the line, the release, there's that floater. This time, no change of pace, no spin. It was floating up. Strides forward, gets the inside edge, very unlucky, but smartness. Tried to float it up. He was expecting some turn with that past wicket, but he is on a hat-trick here. Are we to see the first hat-trick? Usman Ashraf, 3 in 3 they go. First it was Ali Sheikh who got a 0. Then it was not very soon before Usman Ashraf we had Matthew Trump. And then how can he not, he believes in team effort here. Usman Ashraf, how can he not contribute when his other 2 batters contributed? Might be humorous, but look at that from the other angle here. Just floated up, inside edge, off stump, Zinger Bale's lighting. That's the light of the red sign alarming. Karthik Gatepalli, the new man. Let's see how would he react to the hat-trick here. That's the replay. Chaitanya Bishnoi would be happy if he's able to get a hat-trick here. Needs something magical. The captain's given him some assistance, giving him first slip. Hope the slip does not slip in taking a catch. There are some stretches here, but against Chaitanya Bishnoi, who's enjoying his outing against the Hurricanes. After Lahiro Milantha, they haven't found a platform, they haven't found a batter that can take them far. Oh, very lucky. Very, very lucky. Might have dragged on. Chaitanya Bishnoi is doing everything way too across, forcing him to play that under part of the bat. If there was not much bounce, we could have expected the ball chopping, coming back onto the stump. Houston Hurricanes are in choppy waters. 86 for 6. At once, they were racing to the line. Nicely bowled. Can just present the full face of the bat. Saif Badr, the captain, stranded. Slips away. There's only one that they can take. But what an over. What an over that has unfolded for the Giants here. A gigantic performance from Chaitanya Bishnoi, who still has got 2 overs, but take a bow. Just 3 runs, 2 wickets. And they'd want to go on with the same combination without making any change, I believe. That's given them good profits, that's paid them off. And why would they want to change when things going in their direction? He's hit that 2 times. It's come off the surface. But any time, is that a myth? As growing cricketers, everyone's heard of a lot of myths that has come up from international cricket or the league, domestic leagues that you've played. Any myths that our viewers who are watching us live from their home comfort have heard about, drop in your comments. One that I had that, especially when Ricky Ponting, who's coaching Washington Freedom, also has been appointed recently the head coach of Punjab Kings. 2003. We'll continue with the anecdote. There's a little delay. We're back after a little interruption. The anecdote is Ricky Ponting in 2003 in the World Cup, he had a spring in his kookaburra. That everything, oh, very close, forcing him to drive. What I'm admiring about the captain here from the Giants is that he's still got a slip on. He's not going to leave his slip cauldron, and they're still attacking the batters. Karthik Gattepalli, 36 matches, more wickets. Has been called on in perilous times for the Hurricanes. They need some batting skills here from Karthik alongside the captain. That was the anecdote that I heard about, that he had a spring in his bat and everything coming off his bat was going to boundaries, especially because of his 148 that he scored, his innings against India in 2003 that stole the show. But then again, rumors, they spread like wildfire. Taking the outside edge to the third man. It makes humorous, especially as cricketers, how different the charms, the practices, the habits an individual has. Everyone has their own mantra, especially when they are going in the same flow. If they got that fluidity and they're making runs or taking wickets or having a good outing as a fielder, they'd want to keep it. They'd want that to go in the same direction with no changes, no adjustment made. It always happens, especially with your work life as well. It's up straight, and he knows that. He's running. He did not have to look back at the umpire. Dead plumb. And the batter was caught guilty in front of the stumps. Says the umpire, yes, you'll have to go, mister. Karthik Gattepalli. It's not long enough that Shubham Ranjane takes another one onto his back pad, and the batter knew as well. There's no bat, and Shubham Ranjane has got 4 with 1 over remaining. What a splendid bowling performance we are seeing here from Shubham Ranjane. 13 overs done, the score is 91. Looks like the tail's exposed. Usman Shinwari is coming to take the mark. Coming from Pakistan, 30 years old Usman Shinwari has played enough cricket, but the time is different, the ask is different. Usually is quite good with the ball in hand, but now the ask is that they need someone to stand alongside Saif Badr to put a total. Can you imagine, at once we thought that 160 was what we are expecting, and this is the same team, this is the same game, not from the other day, not from a different channel, the same team, same game against the same opposition. How it panned out, how it turned away. Chaitanya Bishnu has got 2 wickets. Quite surprising to see 1 wicket still on his name. At once, the initial phase of the innings, the start of the innings, run rate was soaring high at 10 and over, 11 and over, sitting at 8 and over. Now it's fallen to 7 and over. Even if they're going at 7 and over, they should be able to put 140, which is going to be a decent total on board. They'll have something to defend and repeat what they've done once, beating the Giants. And I don't think so. So the viewers as well. The Giants are any mood to take a defeat from the Hurricanes after coming in from a red-hot form from their previous game, winning the match. Good effort. Confusions. Solid effort in the field. Giving no runs. They're making sure that the batters work too hard. They're making them work hard for every run. There's nothing free. No free lunches. Not today. Says the bowlers and the fielders of Giants. Nicely flighted. Yes, no, he's halfway. Come on, somebody needs to do that. And confusion. The umpire says, everyone calm down. He's made his home. And a good call from the umpire. Umpiring has been on mark. You have to commend the umpires. As halfway. And if they would have tried completing the run, the diving effort, oh! Is that something that we are witnessing with some partner? With this angle, it looks like the different angles. It does not give you concrete evidence At one angle, you see that the bat's in air, but the other angle, it's more clear and visible to the umpire with the naked eye. A shimmy down the ground for one. That ends the over. 14 overs in the books. We're seeing 94 for Houston Hurricanes for 7 wickets that they've lost.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
For Hurricanes would be that they would look to bat at least 20 overs and try to sneak runs from wherever they're able to manage. But the bowling performance of Shubham Ranjane and Chaitanya Bishnoi has eviscerated the batting lineup. Sankeet Batula to bowl his third over. Going for a fancy shot, trying the reverse ramp. The intent's been pretty ordinary from the batters. As soon as they've lost a couple of early wickets here, there's no intent shown. The body language, the shoulders come down. You can just make out from the body language, they have to, despite losing 7 wickets, they just cannot give up at this stage. Every shot that they've been trying to make, they need to think out of the box. They need to think something different. That they're bowling between the stumps. Is it just that I need to move across my stump, or is it about the bowler's pace? Is it about the line and the length that he's bowling? How can I try to score runs here? How can I put some total for my bowlers to come out and defend? A full toss, drill down, allows a single that Saif Badr will take with Usman Shinwari. The approach has to be at least to convert 1 into 2. That shows how determined as a team you are. If you're thinking it's going to be 1, it's going to be 1. It's all premeditated in our heads. Now, if we think the way the game's progressing, it's starting to unravel. We've got a fielder in close. We'll ask them to remain in their own creases. As the games go deep, it's with every game at once you see that the rotation of strike dries up. With boundaries, they've dried with the departure of Milantha. They haven't scored any boundary so far after Lahiro Milantha, which is very interesting. We've seen Joshua Trump, Matthew Trump falling, and then we had the wickets coming in. Ali Sheikh. Those are just bonus wickets. Has he put that in the gap? There's a fielder there. Everywhere, it looks like they're just finding the fielders. The catchphrase goes by, find your gaps, not the fielders. However, 15 done, 96 on board. We are progressing, we are proceeding with the final phase. 5 more overs remain till we finish this innings.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
It's been in 5 overs we've seen any boundary come. 30 balls without any boundary. They need a partnership, but the partnership can grow. The water to the partnership is runs. The spending time on crease is not going to help the team nor the batters. They'll have to figure out a counter method. They have to counter it back to the Giants bowlers. The false shot. What the bounce goes to the fielder. Could have been a catch. Maybe a little aggressive. What the captain might think is to wrap the game early, to bring the shot cover slightly a step forward, or ask him to start walking. With that firm push, what Usman Shinwari is giving him, tries cutting away. There's a fielder in the deep. So far, 5 overs. Can this over be the end where they haven't scored the boundary, that ending the drought of boundaries? Chaitanya Bishnoi. It's been hard to read, especially with the pace changing, using the right areas for the right bowlers. I mean the batters. There's a glimpse. What a facility. Grand Prairie Stadium. Absolutely majestic. There's that shot of the fielder. Oh, how lucky. This time, very lucky. Did not chop onto the stumps. Ali Sheikh would wonder, saying that what wrong did I do? It wasn't too bad for me. I was playing ball way outside the stump, and this was much more closer. And that's how the drought for the boundaries ended. Nonetheless, they'll take however the runs come. Look at that. Very, very close. Very close to the stumps. There's nothing much the keeper can do or the bowler can do about this. The under edge is absolutely difficult. Six of the over, 16 completed, 102 for 7.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Done by the opener Lahiro Milantha, and just .38 runs what he scored in 21 balls. Sankirat Batula, ball was played over his head, comes back for the second. At least this is better after that one boundary. That has given them some sense that the scoreboard has to be rotated. That has given them the idea that they've crossed the 100 mark, and now once it has to be rotated, they have to look on how much are we going to impose for our bowlers to defend. Saif Badr, this is the time as a captain he'll have to believe in himself, believe in the ideology that he carries. And that will definitely resonate after this game. If he's able to pull out any blinder, his efforts are going to resonate with the team. The way he's going to perform, the way he's going to carry his character. And 120 at least, 120, 130 would be a good total here by Hurricanes. If the Giants let them go easily to 130, I think that would be a little easy for the team, the way they've got to 130, especially with the bowling of Shubham Ranjane, Chaitanya Bishnoi. They've collected 6 wickets together. That one wicket coming at the initial phase, Mukhtar Ahmed's wicket for Noor Basha. Going for that swing, looking for that glory shot, trying everything. Usman Shinwari. Saif Badr's batting on 15 of 22 deliveries. It should be other side. It should be other way around. Saif Badr taking the charge, but however they would need both the batters to roll together because 17th over will be completed. Get that swing and a miss straight to the wicket keeper. It's deflected. Should be coming back. No, they're happy with one. There's nowhere, I think they haven't broken the sweat here, the Giants. But the bowling, especially the only time the captain might have thought about or felt a little intimidated was with Lahiru Milantha's batting. The way he was showing his prowess, the way he displayed his classy shots. On the stumps, no room here. He crammed him, and that ends the over with 106 for 7. There's that last ball from Sankirat Battula, cramping him up, giving no room, no space. If you look at the partnerships, no real partnerships here that were grown. Oh, lucky again, inside edge. The only partnership was between Mukhtar Ahmed and Lahiru Milantha. And then the partnership, what we saw, is between Joshua Trump and Lahiru Milantha. And the maximum runs scored by Lahiru Milantha in both the partnerships. And then the middle order, that's been the stigma for Hurricanes. Tries the ramp shot and gets hold of it. 4 runs.
Thank you.
They'll have to try these shots. They'll have to be whimsical for the bowlers not to read the batters. He was ready with the bat. He changed it. There it is. Harish Kakani could not change before the batter. He just had to place it and ramp the ball behind the keeper. Gives him 4 runs, 111. And Harish Kakani's got better of him. There's the fist bump and his aggression shown after he's been hit for 4. A good comeback from Harish Kakani, gets a wicket on his name after being slightly expensive in the first overs on Powerplay. 8 wickets, just 2 remaining. They're coming to the end of the innings here. You can see that. There's a feather. He feathered that, and the umpire says without any doubt or disbelief, he has to go. Saif Badr. I love the environment at the Grand Prairie Stadium, the way the spectators, the viewers enjoying, soaking themselves in this game of cricket. There's nowhere better on a Friday night to be. watch them play, especially the way some fireworks we've seen. But unfortunately, the middle order appalled for Houston Hurricanes. New man who walks in is Sanchit Sandhu. With that sparing, Hamza Khalid in the dugout. Sanchit Sandhu is ready for his first delivery. 25 matches, 75 runs, and he's got 21 wickets. More of a bowler than a batter. Likewise, the tail end. It's going to be at times difficult to clean the tail end. But Harish Kakani has got a task on his hand. He's found the gap, but will be one quite ordinary running between the wickets here from the batter. We haven't seen ones being converted to twos. No real pressure on the fielders, except for the batters relying too much on the boundaries. The touch will have to be quick between the stumps. Diving effort lands him inside. Sanchit Sandhu alongside Usman Shinwari. They'll have to try with one wicket. I don't know if the idea is the back foot. The fielder was quick, but the batter being more quicker. I don't know what the message might have been from the dugout from the skipper or the coach for Sanchit Sandhu, either to bat complete 20 overs or try to milking runs as much as he can. Nudging away down to third man. Because right now, if you need runs, ones and twos are not going to hurt the Giants. 18 overs completed, 114. 8 wickets down. We are remaining with just 12 balls. Shubham Ranjane with the final one. Definitely drifting off the leg here. He did not put much effort in the appeal. He knew that as soon as he hit it. And that's what the umpire is signaling him, that it's going off the leg stick. It's drifting down. With his final over, can he be the man to wrap the innings for the Giants here? See him bowl there, zipping off the surface. That's definitely missing the leg stump. He goes big. Is it big enough? Looks like it is big enough. He sent that into the oblivion. 6 runs. Finally, a sixer coming. Not a streaky boundary, but full of class and power here from Usman Shinwari. Right under the eye. That takes the scoreboard to 121. Will be a good fighting total if they come across 130 at least. Gets the edge. The fielder's in place. And that's a stellar catch. Can you expect anything better than that? A fielder backpedaling, having no balance, having no control on his own body, just keeping his head up. He's managed to hold on to that and has done a great job. It looks very easy when you're just complimenting the fielder with words, but it's more difficult, especially keeping your head up maximum. The weight of your body is on your head. You have to keep it still, backpedal, and then pouch it. There's a wicket of Usman Shinwari and a fifer for Shubham Ranjane. Hamza Khalid with the last man. The run rate's going to be boosted if they manage to bowl them out. That might be the idea with Shubham Ranjane. He's got his 5 wickets. He might be reflecting on the 6, but he's got his man. A splendid comeback for Shubham Ranjane after being hit for 6. There's the replay from the outside edge. It was well away. Look at the fielder backpedaling. The way he backpedaled, dived later. Great piece of work, great piece of effort. On the pads, we'll get one with one ball remaining. Shubham Ranjane with he's been super economical, nothing extra, nothing spent out of his limit. He had 24 balls to bowl. So far, he's only given 25. It was way lesser than that, except for that one boundary came in the last moments of the over and a dot. And that ends the over from Shubham Ranjane. He's done for the day. Bowling quota 4 overs, 25 runs, and 5 wickets. Not every day in a T20 game you see a fifer, but it is Shubham Ranjane who's made it possible, who's made it look easy. 6.5.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
The bigger contribution, the bigger picture for the Giants is that he has managed to send half of the dugout back to pavilion. Harish Kakani with the last one. 6 balls remaining, 124. Can we see 2 big hits in this over at least, putting the total to 134, or some at least couple of singles without a ball being wasted here? Can be different. The ask can be different, but 5 balls remaining. You are usually ready. That's how the field is set for the right-hander. There's a third man, deep third man, extra covers, long on, long off, deep square leg. Somewhere, if he's trying to bowl that full delivery, they're expecting the ball to go straight to the fielders who are stationed at the boundary. At the beginning, Harish Kakani was expensive, and the credit goes to the captain to preserve him and bring him back in the end. Has got the top part of the bat, falls short. Just easy efforts there from the Giants. We talk about how well Kakani's over was preserved because of his pace. Milantha was using to his own benefit. Then he was bought in after 10 overs. He's belted that one. But there's a fielder there guarding the boundary. Two more balls remaining to complete the over and the innings. 6.46. If I show you the scorecard at the starting of the innings, you might tell me that I might be joking. Abdul, you might be joking seeing this score at this right now. Again, pulls across. Looking for the second one. There's a fielder on charge. Keeper in place, and he's missed it. That might have saved some calories of Harish to not ball the last one. There it is. Pulls across, and the fielder was charging in. Got some great support deep in the field, but it is the keeper. He just had to touch the bails. Not try anything extraordinary, but nonetheless, it's done and dusted with the last ball remaining. Tries the ramp shot and gets hold of it. A better way to finish the innings. 130 odd runs is what the Houston Hurricanes managed to score. 133 will be the scoreboard lighting at for Houston Hurricanes. They would be far happy with what they have, the way wickets were falling. Harish Kakani, 37, expensive. He spent a lot on the batters here. Will go back and will want to rectify just one outing that he would want to forget. But what a game. Round of applause for the spell bowled by Shubham Ranjane. That's the scorecard. Mukhtar Ahmed, who was scalped out early by Noor Basha, then Lahiru Milantha, showed some fireworks to our spectators and viewers. 38 of 21. Joshua Trump, who got going but never really got going to the deep. 14 of 22. Saif Badr, who stayed there. 4 of 8. Ali Sheikh, who got one. That's the bowling card. 5 wickets for Shubham Ranjane, who's super efficient, super stingy. Then Saurabh Patwal with 2 overs. Sheikh Noor Basha, 1 wicket, 2 overs. They've not used him. Then Harish Kakani, a little expensive, 1 wicket. And Chaitanya Bishnoi, another wicket. It's what the match summary looks like. And 134, what is required for the Dallas Giants to win this. With the firepower in their belly, what they have in the team, this should not be a tough task, but you never know where and how the game of cricket will turn, especially at this stadium, which has always been the theatre for anti-climaxes. It's played up straight, chipped over the infield, and they'll run away for 4 runs, trickling into the boundary. It's timed that well. That's straight up in the air over the infield one more time. The mid-ons inside the circle, and no way. For the left-hander, he goes downtown. Has he timed it? Yes, the first one of the night here is sent into the night sky. And that's a wicket. Next off with the Dallas Giants. And that's put into the gap. He's played that nicely, and they'll run away for 4. He takes on extension of the arms, good extension, and 6 more. Lahiru Milantha is in full mood here. For a striker to give confidence. Over the infield, this time he'll collect 4 runs. 1 bounce, that's a stroke. Now he's looking to start playing according to the music. He's putting his foot right. Oh, nicely off the hips. He's played that beautifully, and that's the sign from the spectators. Goes again, one-handed, did not time it, and guess what? Everything has turned out good except this one shot where he does not time it, a breakthrough what they were needing. That's a wild swing, another one false spray for Shubham Ranjane and his pace. Ali Sheikh this time has nothing extra power. And it's cleaned up, top off. There's no answer. Man Ashraf, the new batter. hoping he spends more time, but hope is, well, it's up straight, and he knows that he's running. He did not. Oh, how lucky this time. Very lucky. Did not. Tries the ramp shot and gets hold of it. 4 runs.
Thank you.
They'll have to try these shots. They'll have to. And Harish Kakani's got better. He goes big. Is it big enough? Looks like it is big. 130 at least. Gets the edge. The fielder's in place. And that's a stellar catch. Dusted with the last ball remaining. Tries the ramp shot and gets hold of it. A better way to finish the innings.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
Welcome back to innings number 2, where the Dallas Giants are ready to take on the Houston Hurricanes. They are here for the vengeance. From the first defeat they've got, from the only defeat the Dallas Giants have received so far here, is that the Houston Hurricanes were able to trounce them. That's the scorecard. That's the match summary from the very first innings. Lahiro Milantha was in full flow, full-fledgedly was able to utilize the power play. Then later on, everything seemed to fall apart for the Houston Hurricanes. They've got the batters ready. Will be an uphill task for the bowlers, especially having not much in the tank to defend. 133, especially on a pitch like this, where the ball was coming nice onto the bat. It gets difficult for any bowlers to defend. And the fact about the outfield, when it's electrifying, it's just zapping across. It's You just have to put the ball outside the circles. 36 balls what you have in the power play, utilize it fully, put the pressure onto the opposition. That's where your power play holds the keystroke. Let's see what the batters have in mind. From the Dallas Giants, you've got Arjun Mahesh, the wicket keeper, and Rahman Dar opening for Dallas Giants. Arjun Mahesh, who's going to take the strike. A young lad who's got the full potential to express himself and grow. Whole lot of room, whole lot of opportunity. Against the speedy express Usman Shinwari from Pakistan. It'll be interesting to see him go against Usman Shinwari. Arjun Mahesh, his figures only tell that he's got only 19 runs, but tackling the pace what Shinwari is bowling will be interesting to see what Mahesh has got in store. That's off the back foot. There are two slips as a fast bowler. Right now, as a team, as a unit, they're looking for wickets. The only way, I think, is not to get comfortable. And the viewers would also agree that Hurricanes winning this game, wickets is the only option. Without wickets, it's just a fantasy. With the batting lineup, which is pretty solid. Onto the ribs, quick single. Arjun Mahesh is quick, gets off the mark. Good feeling to get off the mark. 3 balls. Rahman Dar is alongside Arjun Mahesh. Has scored 340 runs, 64 being his highest. If he's a southpaw, they've got a third man, irrespective, because they've got both the fielders outside the circle. So maybe he's channeling, he's trying for that good length and short pitch delivery. The pace might do the trick here. They've got one slip off. Was wondering if they've got that two fielders, is he going to target the short length area, trying to threaten the batter? A left-hander right and left combination, just like how Houston Hurricanes used. A nicely jacked back. Pleasantries from Usman Shinwari. And the batter won't like that. Any batter won't like when the ball's nipping across. An in-swinger is way more difficult because it's coming in. They're always a threat to the stumps. You'll have to watch it carefully. And if you look at the batter, the way he's standing to expunge that swing, he'd want to come down the track. That's one option that he's got, especially With that curvature from the ball, the way Usman's trying to bring in from the fifth stump. He's got one slip here. Can be a setup here as well because they've got one slip in place for the left-hander. There were two slips for the right-hander. He may try to take the ball, two balls or one ball in, and then one odd ball going outside, forcing him to play or drive. There's that odd delivery, but forced it to the shot, to the deep third man. This is a great opportunity for Arjun Mahesh to show that the captain's made a right call. A left-hander, if he's coming over the stumps for the right-hander, the vice versa it plays because he's a left-hander. If a left-hander was batting, it would be over, and that means the right side becomes over for the left-hander to left-handed batsman as he's using his left side. When you see a left-hander coming in to bowl, what happens is that area, the angle, the wider angle that he's using, there's more likability of the ball to go across the stumps. That's why they've got two slips in position. We'll discuss more as the overs ended for Usman Shinwari, just 2 runs off the over.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Will be a change. Sanchit Sandhu will be bowling from the other end. It's just one match that the Dallas Giants have lost against Houston Hurricanes, and then the other opposition had to pay the price with the biggest margin of victory for the Giants. They've come across with 73 runs. They've managed to win with 73 big runs. They're coming in red hot form. Pressure on Hurricanes here. Movement of the surface, right-hander. You can see there's one slip still. They've got a deep point. A fielder standing. He may be trying, he may be forcing the batter to cut and slash the ball. That's why he may be giving some width here. And so that if he's giving width, if he's trying to pull the ball, that's why they've got a deep fine leg. So they've got their options covered. The only mistake what the batter would do is that bowling him too full right under the eye. Right there, uses his fast feet, fast hands, and dispatches the ball to 4 runs between the deep mid-wicket and square leg region. Fast hands was the key here, watching it carefully over the head of the fielder. That was a little teaser. He's got his options covered, but for an odd shot like that, he shouldn't be disheartened. Because it's just the power, it's just the intellect of the batter. He's able to manage to put that ball in the gap. If you look at that, it's not a wrong delivery. If he remained in the crease, he might have gone the other way where the fielder was. That's put in the gap. That's absolutely hammered. They'll run away for 4 runs. There's no way anyone catching that or tailgating the ball immediately. Just standing tall. One time he's shown the use of the feet. Now he remains tall. Just standing there, knowing what to do. He had his options open. Cuts away. They are 2 and 2. He's got 2 boundaries of 2 deliveries. 8 runs already of 3 balls. Sanchit Sandhu's bowl. Goes down the track, tries to whip across. There's a fielder there. Good running between the wickets. Excellent running between the wickets. Good calling between the batters. I wonder as a bowler what the idea would be as a captain. Ideal bowling line for anybody, even if you see anyone who's getting 140, 130 clicks as well, the likes of the very best bowlers, what puts me to question is what made the bowler use that field having a deep point if he's asking the batter to force to play, then why is he having a slip? Maybe the viewers can get into the comments section and lodge some comments, especially if he's getting some movement, some assistance off the track. Might be he may want to use it to his disposal, to his best. He may want to use that driving length for the bowler if he's pitching the ball halfway mark, not in the good line and length. That's going to help the batter free his arms, use his body, and then if he's freeing his arm, if he's getting in the rhythm, then the game's almost done from the bowling team. They have to keep the options open, but this is something different we're seeing. The keeper's been called up. This is better. At least that will hold Rahman Dar back in his crease. We've seen him using his feet, coming down the track. This time, at least the keeper having that sense, having that fielder up on the stumps in his mind, that will at least hold him stepping out of the crease. This is a good strategy. This is a good move, at least to have that mental pressure on the batter. This has changed. Good throw, but a little away. This quick Arjun started rolling. Good over for the batting team. That's that last ball. Was a firm push by hard hands. Arjun was halfway across and is saying, "No way, you're coming," and had to go back away on the stumps. Might have put the viewers in question to know if the batter's out. Usman Shinwari to continue his bowling attack. They've got ample of time here. Mahesh and Rahman Dar. They'd want to use this opportunity, especially with Rahman's strike rate with 101. Nicely slashed. This is absolutely creamed and hammered. He had no control over the body, but he was in full control of the shot here. You can see that in the replay. He came down, reading the length. He had to just slash the ball. He's a little fella, but his heart is full of steel. He'll not shy away to show his strokes. The cricket shots he's able to play. This is audacious for someone like Usman Shinwari, seeing Arjun step out of the crease. If you're doing that to a fast bowler, that talks a lot about you, saying that you're not afraid. Another one could have feathered. Now with those two fielders there, again the concern would be his bowling around the stumps here, over the wicket here for the right-hander. And now the fielders move to somewhere close to a fine deeper third man, wide third man. They've got square protection. Now they've got a deep fine leg too. If he's not bowling a bouncer, then again, what might be his outcome here? Good bouncer. Picked off his hips. But somewhere, if you're looking at that line and length, Usman Shinwari would want to target somewhere over his helmet, because that's where the batters are not in full control. Now, if he's going to pick across the hips, there's more opportunity to go across the square leg as well. But there's no protection there for the right hander. Nothing fancy which is required from the bowling team nor the batting team here. The ask is just to present your basics. Use his wrist this time. Put that in the gap. The reason why I say the ask is all about basics is that they've got only 116 to score. Now it becomes a little dicey here, especially the games when you're witnessing, when you're seeing the games which are low scoring. You may say that, it's just low scoring. How about I just go and express, and then you get into the fault of playing wrong shot, and then your team gets in trouble. That's when you start losing early wickets. So usually these are the games when it gets difficult for the teams to chase down. That's when the pressure gets to you, knowing that either you become a little laid back with your approach on scoring runs because you know that you've got plenty of deliveries. It's just a runner ball this time, but beats the edge, or you just try to finish off the innings and just rush. But to balance between the if and but, if this happens and thus that happens, it's just about the character. Looks like there's some dew here. We always see that in Grand Prairie Stadium. The second innings, it's not easy, especially with the humid condition. When you're sweating, uh, it's going to be difficult to control the ball. But Usman Shinwari has been good with it. Comes down, says there's something. Usman Shinwari and the keeper feels there's something. There's an eye contact between the batter and the bowler. They're very close, but no verbal exchange. There's that down tracking, the slow tracking. There's somewhere no balance here. He's been trying to flash everything. Dished out shot. He was done. The scores on 18. Good thing for the Dallas Giants is that they haven't lost any wicket, and that's one sign for the Houston Hurricanes on the other side, as they'd be worrying about the wickets. I like this approach, at least from the captain, that who's asked the keeper to come up and at least try to save some runs. We've seen how Rahman was trying to step out and easy runs were coming in. Now that's been somewhere halted. That has to be. Is it missing? The umpire says you gotta hold up. Now will be interesting why the umpire had that call. Was very very close. Was very close. Smartly moved out of the stumps by Rahman Dar. There's a question being asked from the umpire. Could be a light contact. Say is confiding the bowler, saying that it was a good ball. Nothing wrong from you. Nothing wrong from the ball. It's just that you'll have to keep bowling in the right areas. Flicked away. Flicked away for one. That's where the tracking is. Might be the pitching. That's slow-mo from the technique. It's inside, but a little above the knee roll. It's always that question that would it be hitting the bails or missing? A crucial call. We'll leave the rest to the experts. We're expert in that. You and me can just have your views and opinions. They've still got a deep third man and a deep fine leg. Has played that. Is queued up in air. There's no fielder there, but he was nowhere in control of that shot. It gives me a question to reflect. There's the replay. There's the replay again. There's the pitching of the ball. Definitely the umpire might have thought that it's pitching outside the leg. Might be one of the reasons why the batter's still intact. Is not moving. Picked up nicely. There's a fielder. Can the ploy be a little different? Because if Sanchit's using, if the keeper is standing up, they can at least try to move the fielder across and bring ahead from behind, at least from a square leg, because he's not balling on that side, at least long on and forcing the batter to step out. That might be an option at least. If he can dish it up a little, force the batter to play, because he cannot sweep across on that pace. So maybe there's a possibility they can use that fielder if he's not bowling too short. Everything that is bowling, it's between that 6 meter and 4 meter length, good and full. So those two fielders are just the bystanders who are watching game from far boundary. That's where, as a bowler, your functioning also comes into play. Tell your captain what your requirement is as a bowler. Reading the game as early. If they assess the game early, that's going to be 1 point added to the Hurricanes. That's how they're going to go to their victory. That's going to drive them. But 4 overs done, 23 on board without any loss of wicket.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
That's the batting card. Sankirat Batula, who's yet to come. Gaurav Bajaj, Sheikh Noor Basha, Saurav Patwal, Chaitanya Bishnoi. That's what their top order looks like, with Shinwari bowled 2 overs, Sanchit Sandhu a little expensive, and Matthew Trump. They've invited Matthew Trump, and we'll have to see how the field's going to be when Matthew Trump comes to bowl to Rahman Dar, who's got 64 runs, a 50, who's got 4 times 25 runs, 34 fours and 5 sixes, believes in hitting along the carpet. They've got a backward leg, but before that, he'll have to bowl that one again. They haven't got much in their bank to spend leisurely. This jersey reminds me of Kings 11 Punjab's jersey, where Adam Gilchrist in IPL was a part of Kings 11. A strong unit, but the ask is different. Beating outside edge, teasing the fielder. They'll run away to the boundary here. There's nothing here Matthew Trump can do about that, nor the fielder who's on slip can do about it. That's a teaser. Everyone will just be kicking and be abhorred by the luck factor here. Or you can say that it's been played deliberately in that region. There it is. The batter had no control. There's a slip in place. It's purely a little too wide. You've got no control over edges. I've been fascinated by the areas the bowlers have chosen to bowl. This is very, very rare we've seen anyone forcing the batter to drive. Most of the deliveries in power play have come back of the length, asking them to slash or pull. New ball, when there's a movement, this pitch helping you, this slight puff of air across ground, there's something that you'd want to gain the profits out of is to pitch the ball up and let the pitch play its part. Well, that's the difference between baseball and cricket, right? Because with baseball, when you're pitching the ball, it's just a pitch, and there's that area, there's the base, a square that you'd want to bowl. And now with cricket, when you're pitching the ball, a different variations, multitude of variables opens up because you're pitching, it can swing. Has nicely picked that up. There's a gap, and there's the six. There comes the first six of second innings from the bat of Rahman Dar, who loves playing along the carpet, but not this time. It was pitched short, and he has no questions on what to do about the delivery. He knows what can be done, and he gets the maximum out of it. 6 runs. We've been alluding the same point over and over. It's been repetitive with the choice of fielders in the power play, especially when you've got only 2 fielders that you can put guarding the boundary. You'd want to choose wisely. Might have come off something, but we'll have to wait what the umpire's call is. Yes, indeed, it is a wide. It was keeper's glove. The fielders in power play are just like your currency. You need to know what you're spending, where you're spending. You get your finances right, you get your life right. Just the basic math with the cricket. The power play, you get over with power play if your power play is right. The Houston Hurricanes had amazing power play with Lahiro Milantha's explosive batting, the way he was making his shots, displaying it on the cricketing field. It felt like they are here to ready to impose a bigger total, but there was a collapse in the batting order. Nobody stayed to give support to each other there. We've seen 3 ducks and hat trick almost 4 ducks to be precise. They are going at 7.71 and over. That's a good one. That's a good delivery into the keeper's pouch. And the keeper was patient to see if Arjun would lift his leg to stump him. That ball had the carry and the bounce. When the field opens up, the way they're bowling might be a right option, but in power play again makes me wonder. That would be an edge if they get an early wicket, but 5 overs done, 36 on board without any wicket. An over again before the power play would be a positive to take from if they get a wicket. Let's see what happens in the next over.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Matthew Tromp got 13 runs off his very first over. Who would they be looking up to? Who would raise their hand? Who would take on the opportunity and would want to give the team the breakthrough they are desperately needing? It is conspicuous that the team is in dire need of wicket, but who is going to be the provider? Who is going to be the facilitator of the game is the question here. Because Arjun Mahesh batting on 9 of 13 deliveries and Rahman Dar from the other side taking the attack hasn't really felt anything uncomfortable till now batting. No missed chances as well. It's Rafiq they've gone with. I think it's going to be the first spin over we're going to witness. They've got a slip in position. If it's a right-hander, you may expect if he's got the art of turning the ball, we can see the ball moving across away from him. This cannot happen. He's hurt. A straight bullseye onto his hand, not to his stump. He'll be gutted and in pain. Not good. Not good signs for Rahman Dar. He's definitely groaning and he's down. With that, we'll have a little pause in the play. But just while we have this pause, what do our viewers think watching us from their home comforts? What different would they do it if they were there on the Grand Prairie Stadium? What different would they do it if they had the opportunity to captain Hurricanes? What's that one thing that have got them the wicket in the power play? Two extras that they've built on. Just two extras, nothing much, nothing more. And we can, in the meantime, we may try taking a look what the points table also looks like, because that's going to be pretty interesting after this game, because St. Louis Americans might have dethroned the Dallas Giants from second position and they might be sitting on second. and the play should resume. Of course it will, because they've got 97 runs more to chase. Going 7 and over, Usman Rafiq. This is his first match playing according to the statistics and minor league cricket. He must have played a lot of cricket for sure. That's why he's playing MILC. Somehow the filtering process, even if you would not like it, only the best of the talent somehow comes in search of good games here to MILC, searching for that opportunities. A good turn of the surface here for Usman. He would not want to give any pace. They've been looking good on pace. Probably take some pace off the ball and see what the response of the batter is. Tucking off will have to stay there, remain there for another ball to see if he's getting off the strike. Dropped shot. And there's a fielder there to cover. He's definitely not happy. Could have positioned him better, because the short ball from a spinner, it opens more doors to scoring opportunities. Just 2 runs so far with the ball spare. Rahmandar batting off 26. Trying to give himself a little room. That ends the over with not an over. 2 runs, 38. That's the score after power play. 96 runs that are required from 14 overs. That ends the power play and will open up the field. Will be interesting. We may see that how the innings would proceed from here. Would the team Dallas Giants believe in taking singles, or would they heavily rely on the boundaries just like the Hurricanes did? This is one way how they can capsulate the game. Houston Hurricanes making sure that they're not rotating the strike often, putting the pressure on the batters. Might see another over of spin or a medium pacer. But one thing different from Houston Hurricanes, what they've chosen is to have the keeper up, which is good, because we were seeing Rahman stepping out very often. That has reduced his options. That has closed the accessibility that he was having, the option to come down and use the areas. Goes across the stumps, leaving there. There's the first wicket. He found the fielder there, did not have to do much, just move across and take on to the catch. There's 1 wicket. Hamza Khalid, who comes on to bowl the very first ball. What he does is takes the wicket. Did not get the power, did not get the timing here. Mahesh goes off the field after scoring 10 runs. Just 1-4. And not the day. Arjun Mahesh will have to wait for another opportunity. And he'll be replaced from the likes Looks like we've got Gomel on strike here. Akarshit Gomel, a good strike rate, 136. Likes to deal in boundaries and rotate the strike. A typical T20 strike rate, you'd say that it's good, it's decent. Anything above 125, you may sometimes get away with 122, but his stats, he's got 75, that's his highest that is scored. But Hamza Khalid will be high on confidence. He's taken off his hips. There's protection there. He wouldn't mind bowling the same line, the same length, the way he got Arjun Mahesh out. There's that one wicket. They're still in the game just because they're going slowly, steadily with just the required run rate. The run rate may start running away from the Dallas Giants just because they may want to be a little watchful about the balls they're facing and the runs they're scoring. If they're a little too drowsy here, another over just goes without no runs being scored. The match may start slipping away from there. It doesn't take too long for the matches to change in T20 cricket. There's the field for the left-hander. Good wicket keeping from the keeper. Was down the leg. Not an easy collect always when it's going down, especially when the batter is blocking your view. There's that collect. He was looking for the batter to have his foot up in the air. But that's how the fielders are placed for Rahman Dar. A deep fine leg, a fine deep third man, deep square leg, a long on, and a sweeper covers. Will have to hurry and they scamper back. The outlook of the game can be changing at times. It can be challenging, especially when you're seeing the team taking it slow and steady. It's just they're trying to read the bowler, not trying any risky shots here. At times it can come handy, but they have to remember that only runs can save them and calculating how much an over would be needing. With that one wide, an extra run, they march forward a little ahead of 6 and over, but the required run rate still remains at 6.90. After this over, 72 balls will remain, and if this is a dot, then 92 would be required of 72. Somehow we can see that a different avenue opening altogether before the second innings completes. Soft hands has worked that into the gap. Should be at least 2 runs, and he does well to come back. That's definitely a second one. They won that quite often, and that ends the over. 7 overs done, 44. Alimdar is strongly.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
They'll be going along with Usman Rafiq. Still continue. Interesting look at the charts at times as well. That gives us the additional understanding. Fire into the block hole. Send down to long on. At once, in the same stage, when we look back at Lahiru Milantha's innings, we were seeing the total being imposed somewhere around 160 to 170 at least. But then the run rate started dipping down, and shouldn't take it for too granted here. He's trying to pierce the field. They need to try better. That'll take much more from the batter for the hard-earned runs to come. He tumbles. Nicely bowled, rolled his arm. I thought already what they would be looking for is at least a boundary. There's not much boundaries have come so far in the innings. Rahman Dar scored the first six of the second innings. They do it well. It can get quite monotonous for the bowlers and the batters, especially just trying to work the gap along, because that's the tight line, because none of the teams want to lose, especially at this point. That's full, that's presented, and there's a fielder who'll stop the ball. That ends the over. 2 overs completed and 6 runs in total for Usman Rafiq, and overall the scoreboard sitting
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
amazing performance in the qualifier 2 by USA Cricket. They've severely beaten UAE. They're outperforming such a strong team. When we talk about USA Cricket and its growth, definitely MILC and MLC has been one of the core components in the growth to drive cricket to the States of America, especially with the cricket legends likes of Faf du Plessis, Dwayne Bravo, Kyron Pollard, Nicholas Puran. We've seen what cricket can do. People have started building liking, and how magnificent the gameplay was for US to march into Super 8s. That game, the opener, I don't think so I'll forget anytime soon, especially the way Aaron Jones battered. And you can have a look at the Manhattan chart. Over by over, blue buildings belong to Houston Hurricanes, but the red ones for the Giants, fifth over was something which was rewarding. But after that, you can see that the red worm for the Giants is dipping down. So this is an alarming situation that they'll have to come out and play their strokes and express themselves more comfortably. After that blow, which Ramanda received running to the non-striker's end, we haven't seen him in full free flow. There's something after that is paused and very different. You'd say him that the way he's playing his innings is very different. Either the matter would be that the keeper is standing up front, and most of the times he came down the track and he used the pitch to his best use. Sometimes indirectly when you try on the up, sometimes these indirect effects help the team. You may not know that this is what has made the difference, but somehow the very little what we see as inch wide inch wider can give us a mile deeper result. From one way, Rahman's been stopped to come out of the crease. That's where they've abolished him. He's been contained, and now it's upon the Houston Hurricanes bowler to strangle them. Somehow they'd want to choke them with the dot balls. We've got string of dot balls here, and that will break with this one run. That's a leg by. That's what the field looks like. They've got a deep square leg still there, expecting the batter to sweep. When talking about sweep, we haven't really seen any sweep coming from any of the batters still now, especially when the spinner's bowling, there's a medium pacer bowling, having the keeper up. If you cannot, and that's their real shot, real timing there. He's put that in the gap. Will it run away? There's fielder chasing. Will he be able to cut out? A real effort, real brave effort from the fielder out there in the deep. Looks like he's saved a run. It was too full. This time, a real sign of aggression over the infield, and the fielder really had to cover a lot of ground. Great effort. He did not give up the chase. Surely he saved a run here. And with that, the over ends. 9 overs completed, 52. That also makes a mark for 50 for the Dallas Giants.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Akarshit Gomel, and that's Hamza Khalid on your screen, who bowled quite efficient overs, but Akarshit Gomel alongside Rahman Dar. It's been 5 overs. Again, the boundaries have dried up. There's no real sign of aggression. This has been one concern. And if you look at the over by over factor for both the teams here, is that they've been a little slow. But Usman Rafiq has been the man to hold the team's run rate down. The worm chart, as it sees, it's sleeping, it's going away, it's dipping down. They need to reach that mark. At least one or two boundaries are going to help. Definitely, they should take a look on what they can do. Matthew Trump, after that one expensive over, has been called to roll his arm over. That's a cut and firm cut in the gap. That'll give them two. Think this can be the over they can utilize, especially with the width on offer by Matthew Trump. That's something that the Giants would want to take a look on. They might think that this can be the bowler. This is when they can cash in. Nudges away, beats the man inside the circle. If you're talking about sweep, that this can be an option in development, but we haven't seen any batter sweeping across for a spinner. It's much more easier when they're bowling, they're giving you ball in your slot, but you're not able to come out of your crease. The keeper is standing up, but if you're not able to play your shot, sweep can be a safer option, which most of the batters in international cricket also use sweep as a safe option. A counter effective method. Straight down the ground. We'll give him one. That's how the table looks like for the Central Division, St. Lucia Americans, with 6 games. Gets nothing. That was a big swing. There's that pitching radar that helps us understand where the ball is pitching as well. The slow-mo, the evolvement, probably a man-cade attempt. The evolution of the game has been really impressive here in North America. How the minor league cricket's been supported and given importance, attracting the talent from various parts of the world, every nook and corner. Especially with the diversity, he's put that in the gap. At least should get couple. Is running hard and successfully makes it. The diversity in North America, we've got players from everywhere across the world participating in this league. The stature of the league here has been so well at a position. It's been held so high. All A-class games. What excites me about this league, minor league cricket, is that when the players are not on an international tour, just like the current captain Monang Patel, Smith Patel, and the US side is clubbed that one. Smith Patel, Monang Patel, and Aaron Jones, Stephen Taylor. They try to participate. Harmeet Singh as well. He's a part of Dallas Giants. And the over ends, 10 overs completed, 59 on board, 1 wicket down. Looks like a stereo music with the red and blues, but somewhere those buildings are improving for the Dallas Giants in the red form. They're trying to get back on track. Those from 11 to 15, that was the time they had choked on Houston Hurricanes. But before that, everything was looking smooth and a simple play till Shubham Ranjane and Chaitanya Bishnoi came. They need the likes of them. That's the scorecard. It's just one wicket. That's Arjun Mahesh, picked up by Sanchit Sandhu. Hamza Khalid, who was the bowler, was picked out in the deep and deep fine leg. We've got a bowling change here. Karthik Gattepalli. That's a full toss. He could have managed to hit that anywhere in the ground. And the bowler got away, pushing the envelope. That's easy, especially a spinner giving you a full toss at times can prove out to be a gift. Could have broken the shackles. Six overs. This is the sixth over. We haven't seen any boundary till now. Boundaries seem to be like a myth here with the proceedings of the game. Having those type of players who are on international tour, on the national duty, it makes the league exciting, especially for the budding talent who are coming up. Gives them the opportunity to share the same dressing room, rub on shoulders with them. Taken off pads. The keepers trying to push the fielders. With all this will attract only more and more cricket, especially in North America. League such pompously organized. Drills it down. Will get one. It's going to be a little tug of war. It's a very difficult and a different situation here because both the teams, it's a little sticky situation. Any of the viewers who are watching as well may say that both the teams are trying to force the other. This is a boundary here. They've finally broken the shackles here, and Akarshit Gomel gets hold of a boundary. Might have looked that the fielder was able to cut it, but the bat speed was such great on this shot that he can only sprint across to get the ball across the fence. At least this should be relieving after being told for several times that the boundary the boundary is dried up. Has he put that in the gap? The fielder there, same area, will get 2 runs. 2 more runs saved by the long off fielder. And that's the end of the over. 10 of the over, 69 of 111 overs done.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Certainly a sticky situation here for both the teams who are not going to back down. Dallas Giants were trying to take the game slowly, but that's not going to help because At once we were seeing the run rate at 6.30. Now the run rates come up to 7.22. They need some boundaries here, or if not, the game will come to a tighter threshold and will be far gone away from the Giants here. I think much bowling credit has to be given to the Hurricanes bowler because they might not have managed to take the wickets, but one fact that I might have also missed is about the dot balls. The more dot balls they're going to have, the more pressure the batting unit's going to have upon them. That'll definitely induce them to play, force them to play a different shot, which might be rash, not accordance to the game, and that'll result in wicket. Our tendency is just to look at the results, but the process has been right here by Houston Hurricanes, not giving any easy runs. Ali Sheikh is ready. Carves that one out, will be looking to come back for the second one. Now they've started to get along, move along with the tempo of the game. It's just like a spider building cobweb. You're asking the fly to walk into the trap, and similarly, Houston Hurricanes trying to build cobweb with the dot balls. Not much here. The dot balls will all be appreciated by the captain of Houston Hurricanes and the fielders as well. The more they're having dot balls, the better are the chances here. Just because once we head on to the 13th over, the run rate will start going away, and that's going to be a boundary here. He's found the gap here. Much needed boundary to bring the run rate down. Moved across, got himself room, gave himself plenty of room. There you can see that. He's positioning himself and slap it across. There's at least something to be taken. And the run rate comes down to 6.94. Once 13 overs are done, you can see that the run rate, which is walking decently now, will start eluding the batting team. They'll come back for two and complete two. Every time after the overs, as we can see that they're trying to pull the run rate down. Whenever they'll try to do the same after 13th over, it'll evade them. Because there's less number of balls and there are more number of runs, you need to score boundaries. That's the time. So these two overs are going to be really essential in the context of the game. Comes down, takes an easy one. Two more balls remaining. Eight already of Ali Sheikh's over. 6.66. They require 6.84. 6.5 and over. Close to 7 runs. He's bowled that one quickly. Good effort from the fielder. Good supporting role. You need that absolutely from the fielders, especially in a low scoring game like that. But with that, the over ends 12 done. 79 on the chart. Remandar batting.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Usman Shinwari will come back to complete his other 2 overs, which are remaining. Now, when we talk about the game going a little deeper, you would say that I might be having a very obsolete statement here. That is because when there's a high scoring game, the deeper the game goes, the interesting it becomes. It's just because it gives more confidence and more pressure to the bowler and more confidence to the batter. But in a low scoring game like this, when the score is low, it gives more confidence to the bowler and less confidence. It puts more pressure on the batter. Just because it's low scoring and they haven't managed to put any boundaries, it starts eating the batter up from inside, saying that I haven't got much boundaries, and the game goes deeper. It starts getting stickier. Diving effort that's going to take away with the pace. There's a sliding effort. Good 2 runs here. And this is the over. That they look at least just one. Quite surprising. Just with a little play with the scoreboard. So it's two. It's not a comfortable position for any team to be in, especially when you're taking a game deeper at this stage, when it's 133, just 53 required of the after this over, only 36 balls remaining, and that's been passed away, put in the gap, sweeper there. They'll take another 2 runs because boundaries have been the key concern. The only boundary scorer I think who was able to found the spot for boundaries as Mila- Milantha, Lahiru Milantha. And that one name that's been coming up in our talks, in our discussions every time while we're saying this, is just because how sublimely he was able to time, and he made it look so easy, because on this track it's not going to get easy. But if he was able to do it so effortlessly, you would question what's stopping the other batters. It's just the intent and the approach. Now, with that walking intent, if anyone would want to keep the scoreboard moving and they know if they're calculating, the macro planning always happens in the back end. So when you're coming, this is the matchup, this is the bowler who's going to bowl. We are going to try to be a little defensive to the XYZ bowler, and then later on we are going to take chances. And that is Akarshat Gomel, who's batting on 125 as his regular strike raters, batting on 25 of 20 deliveries, one boundary he scored. Has looked decent and a fine neck, and somewhere at least is trying his hard with Rahman Dar to get hold of a couple of deliveries and flex his muscles and give some entertainment, give his team a little sigh of relief. Beats the outside edge. That's the area most of the batters have struggled, and that's where Usman should be using the channel to his best disposal. Talking about intent and the approach, Lahiru Milantha was able to express himself fully and freely. It's about the mindset. If you're not able to read it, if you're on the back foot already thinking that this is what it is, there has to be one bowler you're going after. If 6 or 7 of the bowlers are coming at you, you definitely would find one bowler in the run up, in the team, in the squad, that you'd want to say that, you know what, he's at least better than what the others are bowling. Maybe I can try my risk, and it's no harm getting out. At least you've tried, because you've got 9 other people sitting behind you. It's pulled well and jammed. That's been cluttered away. Looks like we are going to have a big one. Yes, it is. 6 runs finally. He is blowing some life in the game here for the Dallas Giants. The game's not over, definitely, but trying to bring the run rate down under 6 here. Akarshat Gomel swinging his arm, swinging his body, talking about intent. That is what it is. He saw a fractionally short, jumped onto it. This is a good over. From the batting point of view, that's the line. Was dropped a tad short a ball ago. A good comeback to finish the over. 3 overs, 18. Now the red worm, which was a little sluggish, a little sleepy, is coming to senses thanks to Akarshit Gomel and his strike. They're able to match up with the blue worm. That's going to be red and blue. Hamza Khalid for his third over. 45 required. Beats the batter. His line and length has been pretty accurate. There's nothing much you can ask from a bowler who's bowling in a tight spot like this. Hamza Khalid hasn't given any extras so far. He's got one wicket too. Dot balls are the key here. Wickets were ones, especially. They want to take the game deeper, Houston Hurricanes. If they get the dot balls and they get the game deeper, more chances are there for Houston Hurricanes to walk out of Grand Parade as a winning team. Some way that the boundary has made the game a little more lively. They've been rotating more strikes. 6.60, 44 more needed. Has chipped that one, would have been a blinder if he would have managed to get a hand on that, and if it did stick onto his palm, would have been one catch to remember. Would have seen one of the best catches probably out of the season, but no, the plan is something different. He timed it well enough just to give a little teaser, and that inside out shot comes in again from Akarshit Gomel and gets 4 runs. Finely tuned player, Akarshit Gomel, is going to be a vital cog in the team, especially holding the batting order, the middle order. Is where Matthew Trump is. Let's look at the previous shot he played over the infield. That's where his hand came off. There he is. Timely jump. Oh, very low. Very, very close. Inches away to get his name on the best fielder on the board. I don't know if he's going to get some marks, some points for that attempt. And another time. This time, this has been never ending for Rahman Dar. He's been targeted. And it's funny because this time it is the second time he's been hit. He'll take those blows as long as he's batting, and he would be saying that, hit the stumps, not me. Spare me, but this is one way you want to take your opposition down. If not the stumps, get hold of them. I'm just kidding. Play the sports to the best of your good spirits and the sportsmanship. Reminds of Liam Livingston. Once he was hit twice on the same spot on the box. Funny incident, but not so funny when you're the person who's getting the blows. Similarly with Rahman Dar as well. You might enjoy, you might find it funny, but poor man being taking all the hits for the team to see his team walk winning. Looks like it's the captain, Saif Badr. He might come on to ball, but just a prediction. Not too sure if it's the captain or Matthew Trump. It's Matthew Trump. 2 overs 20. Little expensive today. The afternoon game that we saw between the Philadelphians and the Manhattan Yorkers, similar situation. The under 19 young bloke Arya Garg was expensive in his 2 overs, but at the crucial stage, he managed to hurl over the opposition, taking 2 wickets. What a game that was! The Philadelphians and Manhattan Yorkers on a Friday. If anyone's enjoying the game on a Friday, then that's one of the games that was pretty interesting. Very close till the very end, till the very wicket. We did not know where the game was going. That's straight up in the air. Should be a couple of bounces. One bounce to the fielder. 6.17, 36 required of 36 balls. 37 was required of 36 balls. The fielding placement, they've got 3 fielders on the leg side. One is on the on side. That's your long on, deep mid wicket, and your deep square leg. They've called the deep mid wicket inside the circle. They've pushed back the fine leg to the deep fine leg. They've got a fine third man, and they've got a deep square, deep point. That's for the left-hander. We might be able to see a short pitch deliveries here, especially because there are 3 fielders guarding behind the wicket keeper. One's adjacent to it outside the 30-yard circle. The white dotted area, what you see is the 30-yard circle. Going down the track, even the keeper skipping it. Unfortunately, there's no protection behind the keeper. That's one area that they have to be watchful about. It's the umpires who's going to decide if there's some bat on. There's that cry from the keeper while he sees the ball going away. So wait for the official confirmation. White +5. It's just a gift here that aggravates more for the bowling team, Houston Hurricanes. Pulled across, rightly pulled. That's been in the gap here. Now it's becoming easy pickings. Looks like they're having better of Matthew Trump here. 4 more runs. Rahman Dar, after taking 2 blows, 5 4s, 1 6s, 1 6, batting on 49. A run away from his half century. That'll be the landmark to achieve in today's game. A strong opener for Dallas Giants. Will have to wait a little while to raise his bat and acknowledge his batting. From the dugout, he receives the applause. Pretty ordinary day for Matthew Trump. On any other day, you'd see him bowling well, batting well, but today has woken from the other side of the bed. A night to forget. He hasn't bowled that bad, to be honest. Matthew Trump hasn't bowled that bad, and that's 50 with that single. And talking about the efforts, this man has been really well. It's explicit the way Rahman Dar has been playing. 44 balls, 50 runs, 5 4s, 1 6s. After taking 2 blows, he acknowledges the applause from the dugout, and he's still signaling that he's still there and would want to finish. That's important You've started a halfway, that's good, but to finish it, it's great. Will be special to see him. That's his celebration. And that's the end of the over.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
It's taken a flight here, just like airplane taking its ascension. The worm looks comfortable as we progress in the last part. Final phase of the game remaining with 5 overs, 20. If I'm not wrong, 26 would be required of 30 balls. 26 to win, 25 more runs of 30 balls to level the game. That's when that's been a problem, especially in the middle overs. As you can see on the chart, there are 2 wickets in 2 overs that were taken, 4 wickets in total. They're not able to find any rhythm here for taking wickets. At once, we thought to give the window the idea to open up and say that maybe dot balls can come handy for them. Yes, the dot balls can bring pressure, but you have to bottle them in with dot balls. You have to grill them. There has to be one bowler on the other side who's taking on the charge. Has punched that firmly to the fielder. There's there, and the wickets come in a little late, but nevertheless they'll enjoy. There'll be some respite for the bowlers and the fielders here after Akarshad Gomel heads that one straight to the fielder. He might have not seen the fielder was there, but so far what he's played, everything was looking sublime, and he was able to pick gaps. But the one that he's launched in air has gone straight to the fielder. That's the second wicket, and the first one for Usman Rafiq. Shubham Ranjane, who's had a fantastic outing tonight. Outstanding bowling spell for Shubham Ranjane. Gaurav Pfeiffer bowled 4 overs and gave just 25 runs. Out of them, 10 were dot balls. Presses forward in defense. And with that 1 wicket, at least there'd be something to cherish about. But still, the game's not over. The game's still wide open for both the teams here to make their mark. They need some remarkable effort, Houston Hurricanes, to win from here. When the captain would go back again to the practice session, or the viewers would be thinking that, is there something better? Was there a scope that the fielding team could have done better? And the question you might reflect upon is that he's put that in the gap. There's a fielder outside, and we'll come back for the second one. The question the viewers would ask and might agree to this is that having this low scoring game, they could have asked the fielders to stand up, avoid that ones and twos that they're taking easily, what Hamza Tariq was doing initially when he was bowling, but somewhere that slipped away. And the ordinary fact that I felt from today's bowling, not usual that you'd see that the same representation of bowling from Houston Hurricanes is that the areas they've bowled. However, 16 overs completed, triple one for two.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Four overs remaining, 24 balls and 23 required. And one thing I've been disappointed about is that final phase and the attitude towards taking the runs, especially the wickets were falling from one end. Yes, the wickets were falling, you were in danger, there was something that was happening, but from the other side, when the batter came up, the new batter, and I think it was Saif Badr was standing alongside the batter who walked in, but Usman Shinwari, they could have done a better work, especially the type of talent they possess, the games they've played. You could have asked, it's always asked better out of them. Just because there was a chance to convert ones into twos, now they would say that if the game comes close, maybe we just have fallen 10 runs short here. Good running here between the wickets. We'll come back for the second one. That's an overthrow. And that's the same fact like we've spoken about, that they'd go back and say that maybe we've fallen 10 runs short on board, because they're making it difficult here with the dot balls. It's just that the wicket now, it gives them a free hand, a free license to express if they are willing, if they are in turmoil here, that that makes them their shot selection much more easy, because they have the liberty to go at the ball, because they have batters sitting in there. Will be a quick one. Oh, direct hit. That's bullseye. Looks like he's made his home. Zinger's lighting up, but we'll have to wait. The replay. Quick on feet. There's that bad drag. And he makes his ground. I believe so, because there's not much excitement from the fielder nor the umpire. The complexion of the game has changed a little here, especially with the single. Rahman Dar was batting with Akarshat Gomel, and then Shubham Ranjane walks in, is forcing Rahman to take ones and twos. And that's how you solidify your chances, or any solid batter would do. He's knocked him over. Usman Shinwari penetrates through, and he gets hold of Shubham Ranjane. A wicket. Looks like we are going to have a close encounter here. The game is not over yet. This one wicket may give some confidence to the fielders, may give something for the bowlers to savor upon. A new batter, they'd want to add some pressure here. How about getting the fielders, the viewers, might want to drop their comments in. maybe the fielder standing up close inside the circle, stopping that one run, let the new man keep the strike because Rahman Dar is pretty much in the game, has scored 54 runs or 47 balls, and the new man's in, and he may have some pressure to get off the strike, utilize and exploit that. He may be in discomfort here. Rahman Dar, after facing 47 balls, he got struck on his hand. He was running across the stumps. Naushad Sheikh, the new batter, 5 matches, 95 runs, averaging 31, strike rate of 143, rightfully carved and made for the situation like this. If you've got someone with this good strike rate and this average that you can look up to, definitely you can go up to him and saying that direct hit. Oh, he was floating in air. What an effort here. What an effort from Usman Shinwari. For a minute, he might have made the batter see the stars. Look at that effort. Look at that flying effort there from Usman Shinwari. Absolutely unreal. Athleticism at its best. That's the hunger to help your team walk across the winning line. That is what passion does to you. If you want your team to win, you gotta feel for Usman Shinwari on that ball, especially because of his effort. When you see efforts like that, especially from fast bowlers when they're bending, fast bowlers all mostly have that reputation when they're tall built, when they bowl fast. It's always a little difficult for the fast bowlers to bend down and collect the ball and then throw. But the game's changed, the game's evolved. 21st century, it's different. Great comeback from Usman Shinwari. A wicket, a dot, just 4 runs off the over. Usman Shinwari's overs have been remedial for Houston Hurricanes. They were stuck. They were stuck in a whirlpool. That's when Usman Shinwari came to bowl 2 overs. Right call made by the umpire, or the captain. And that ends the over. 17 done, 115, 3 wickets, 19 required. Looks like this is going to be a game which is going to be a cliffhanger. 18 balls, 19 runs. Dallas Giants are definitely going to be disappointed if they are going home today not winning this game after that great bowling effort from Chaitanya Bishnoi, Shubham Ranjane. Of course, Nurbaksh was a little expensive with his extras, but he did not give much with the bat. He's got the breakthrough too. They would be definitely disappointed from the time they've stepped onto the field. A little was shifted towards the Houston Hurricanes with the explosive batting from the opener, Lahiru Milantha, but then It was just Dallas Giants encompassing every dot ball is going to be crucial here. Looks like a wicket. Naushad Sheikh has to walk. This is peculiar. Soft dismissal. For a minute I thought with the angle the ball might have hit the ground, and there was not much celebration from the fielder too. That makes it very peculiar to me. But a wicket at the crucial juncture. Would this be the collapse? Would this be the collapse of Dallas Giants? Can the Houston Hurricane be the David beating the giant Goliath? Is this going to be the time here? That's how the ball flew, and he's collected that cleanly. But absolutely, I thought that it's just about the celebration. Chaitanya Bishnoi comes to the crease. He was quiet. He came. He did his job with the ball. Now he's been sent to do the same with bat. Will he be able to adapt the role? 4 wickets. 19 required. A tricky situation here. Good effort. Yes and no. There's confusion here. He sent the batter back. Rahman Dar could have been an unnecessary run out, especially when the game's hanging wide open. Lack of communication, it's like inviting trouble for yourself. He was halfway right through at the right end, but I've given them the gift. There's a stare from Usman Rafiq. Maybe the keeper needed some time to change the feel. What do you guys think? Is it going to be the Houston Hurricanes or the Dallas Giants? He's opened the bat phase, sent down to long off. We'll get one. There's no margin for error here, especially when you're this close to the game. At once you might feel that it's difficult to defend this total, but when you're this close to the game, you can afford no mistakes. With all the mistakes, what's been done, the game plan might be folly, might have worked out, might not have worked out, but what matters is the coming 15 deliveries. They require 18 of 15. MLC giving cricket exhibition games at its best. And this is going to keep the spirits high. It's going to keep us awake. Usman Rafiq bowling in a tight time when the most is required out of him. This is his last over. How well he's been. Pretty quiet. Whenever he's come to bowl, a wicket is taken. 2 wickets, just 12 runs off his. This is his 4th over with ball remaining. 16 runs are to be scored. 13 balls remaining. There might be change in the field here. They're trying every permutation. They're trying to set up everything they can to win the game. should be slightly mindful about the track of time as well. Giving some more time, giving more time might be an option for the batter, might also break the momentum. Ramandar, has he put that in the gap? This fielder chasing it and cuts out well. Will come back for the second one. Throw was digressed. Not exactly at the stumps. The bowler had to run for it. And that ends the over with 2 runs. 4 overs done for Usman Rafiq. He's been quite well. He's been excellent today. So far, the match summary 14 required of 2 overs. That's where they're not far away. Exact same. Going hand in hand against Hurricanes. There's the run rate. There's the fall of wickets. That's when the Houston Hurricanes lost the wicket at the early stage. Now the Giants losing at the later part. That's been one of the crucial figures here. There's some concerns with the umpire. The fielders and the umpires conversing. Will take some time till the umpire clears the air, but so far, another factor to be looked on to from the game is the fall of wickets. How the fall of wickets for Hurricanes happen in the middle part of the game, and then later the Dallas Giants losing in the later half. I think that's where they got the blow. It was detrimental for Hurricanes, after which they never recovered. Two overs, best bowlers, and let those 6 balls be the best, might be the pep talk from the captain. They're very close. Every dot ball will breathe life for Houston Hurricanes. Remandar 57 of 51. He would feel his 50 would be meaningless if he's not able to make sure his team is able to walk across the line. That's what would run in his mind, as he's a selfless player. He's played handy knocks for the team. .64 being his highest. Will he change his highest run score individually? He's got that in air, and there's a wicket. It's just not a dot ball, but also a wicket here. That's going to be intriguing here. Look at the game. How quickly the complexion of the game changes here. Sanchit Sandhu. At once we thought that the total is not enough, and now the Dallas Giant, they're thinking, how would they be able to take the game out of this situation? What a great catch. What a great piece of effort here from the outfielder. Sanchit Sandhu gets the man Chaitanya Bishnoi. 5 wickets down, 120. You'd be surprised with the fact, not to point finger at what or who did or how they performed, but the extras, the way the extras were bowled today in Houston Hurricanes innings, 18 extras. Those 14 runs, what you see on the screen, might be of the 18 extras that they've bowled. Harish Kakani can bat. Decent strike rate. 43 is what he scored. Has got a task to complete. 18 extras today, and he's baffled the batter. Right onto the track and knows what to bowl and where to bowl to trouble him. Ramandar with 1-6, 5 fours. He's got Harish Kakani. 43 being his highest score. 21 fours, 26 sixes. It's just matter of time that he gets his willow on the ball in the right area, and his clean swing can do the trick. There's that swing, trying to belt one out of the park. But what they would want to know, it's now upon Rahmandar as well, just not to turn his face away from Harish, just to let him know that it's okay, get off the strike, because 14 are required here from 9. At once, the equation for run a ball, it was same, but now the runs are more than the balls what the bowling team have to bowl. This is good. This is good display of cricket, holding your nerve at this point when the things are sensitive, can go any way. Sanchit Sandhu, the credit has to be going to him. Has he got hold of that? No, he hasn't, but he's got off the strike. Two balls remaining before the over concludes. 13 required. Very dicey. It's just like a game of dice here. You don't know what's going to happen. You just roll with the best interest. You'll have to wait after the ball being bowled to know what has unfolded. Sanchit Sandhu will want to take his mark again against Rahmandar. That's what the field looks like for him. They've got nothing at the back. The point will be to dish the ball up, to make him play straight ahead between the V, because they've got fine leg, my apologies, deep square leg, long on, long off, extra covers, and a deep point too. Who's a little finer, but what an over. Sanchit Sandhu's bowling. It's just not the batters and the bowlers. You can feel the pressure as well, and the pressure makes even the best slip. Sanchit Sandhu managing to hold himself, gather himself together very well. A ball remaining. Rahmandar comes down the track. Good bowling. Trying to take a single here. The keeper was quick. 6 balls remaining. Will be an interesting outcome to know what happens on the 6 balls. Will be heart shattering to see Dallas Giants lose from here, and what a victory. What a victory for Houston Hurricanes to relish upon. Thirteen required, 6 balls. Cast in your votes, peeps. What are you waiting for? Just 2 blows away. 3 boundaries. 2 big blows. They want Rahman to act as a bazooka here to launch one in the night sky. Give some excitement to the Dallas Giants dugout. With that being said, why look out for only big hits when you can use the field to your best as a batter? Use soft hands, push the ball in the gap, don't find the feeder, and then just move across. Just try to take twos. Make sure you're not having any dot balls. That's your best chance. That's how the field spread like. Goes down the track, slaps that hard, and he finds the fence here. Finally something to be happy about for the fans of Dallas Giants here. What a start here for Dallas Giants. Definitely they needed this boundary here. Down on one knee, transferring the balance, comes down, slapping one, and they get it. And the pressure should be on the bowling team right now. Houston Hurricanes. Will be a little discussion here. Harish Kakani. But Hamza Khalid, who was effective, but against Harish Kakani, he's having different plans here, the way he has to go. Short pitch, drop shot, he was ready. 4 runs to start, 9 required of 5, very much achievable. Dallas Giants in the run, back again. This time moving across, fine leg, is it inside the circle? There's a protection there, will he come back for the second? Yes, he does, 2 runs. Already managed to pick 6. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. That would be the thought process in Harish's mind. He'd want that. Just the scoreboard being ticked. What a game here. Like I've said that the scoring games, low scoring games, at one point you feel that the game's sticky. It's not moving, and suddenly it shifts, it steers around. Has he connected that? Has he connected that? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. There's that game. There are cool as a cucumber. There are players who would panic, but Harish Kakani, despite not going for that single on the last ball, there's that game. He seals off with a big one. Yes, we've seen from his profile 26 sixes that he has hit. He's got the ability and he's shown why he was able to hit 26 sixes. Overall, this game will be giving him the taste of victory, and those 26 sixes wouldn't matter with that 1-6 overpowering over his 26 sixes so far he's scored. Harish Kakani, ladies and gentlemen, he's managed to score 6 of the third ball, a boundary, 2 runs, and a 6. 1 needed, scores a level. And is that the game? Finishing off in style here. I've got no words but to just saying that, this is again from Harish Kakani. Finished off things in style. 6 runs, and that's Dallas Giants coming with a victory. There's their dance here at Grand Prairie. What a game we've had. Till the last ball, we did not know. Till the very last over, we were sitting on the brink of our chairs, not knowing who's going to be. Was it Dallas Giants or the Houston Hurricanes here? Finally, they get their revenge here. Dallas Giants against Houston Hurricanes, and they climb up the order. They'll again dethrone the St. Louis Americans. That's the scorecard. 57 for Rahman Dar. Interesting innings, and Arjun Mahesh faced, scored 10 runs. Akarshit Gomel, who got into solid partnership, who gave the platform with Rahman Dar, Shubham Ranjane, who was just a little host, Naushad Sheikh again, and then comes Harish Kakani. That's bowling scorecard, Usman Shinwari, economical Sanchit Sandhu, and Matthew Trump on the other side. He was slightly expensive. Hamza Khalid in the end as well. If not, he was quite brilliant with the ball in his hand. The fall of wickets, the first one went down on 38, the second one on 109, and then 2 wickets in quick succession. Later on, the victory falling in the lap for Dallas Giants. Right under the eye. Right there, uses his fast feet, fast hands, and dispatches the ball to 4 runs. Was. That's put in the gap. That's absolutely hammered. They'll run away. Nicely slashed. This is absolutely creamed and hammered. He had no control over the body, but he was in full control of the shot here. Comes down, says there's something. Usman Shinwari and the keeper feels. Beating outside edge, teasing the fielder. They'll run away to the boundary here. There's nothing. It can swing. Has nicely picked that up. There's a gap, and there's the 6. There comes the first 6 of second inning. Come down and use the areas. Goes across the stumps, leaving there. There's the first wicket. He found. Watching as well may say that both the teams are trying to force the other. This is a boundary here. They've finally broken the shackles here, and Akarshit Gomel gets 13th over. The run rate will start going away, and that's going to be a boundary here. He's found the gap here. Much needed boundary to bring the run rate behind you. It's pulled well and jammed. That's been cluttered away. Looks like has chipped that one. Would have been a blinder if he would have managed to get a hand on that, and if it did stick onto his palm, would have been one catch. Is the 30-yard circle. Going down the track, even the keeper skipping it. Unfortunately, there's no protection behind the keeper. That's one area. Has punched that firmly to the fielder. There's there. And the wickets come in a little late, but nevertheless, they'll enjoy. Dallas Giants encompassing run score individually. He's got that in air, and there's a wicket. It's just not a dot ball, but also goes down the track, slaps that hard, and he finds the fence here. Finally. Has he connected that? Yes, he has. There's that game. One needed, scores are level. And is that the game? Finishing off in style here. I've got no words.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.